Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
It's a royal food.
Okay.
It's prepared for the chiefs and the queens during the festival. It's prepared during the installation of a chief or a queen. Mind you, we use our local spices.
How do you say delicious in
Saminya.
Ingo Saminya. That is this one.
Yeah.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all. Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
$6 billion for this 600,000 Ghana cedis for this week. It pass. I buy stones. I bring excavators. I bring preloaders. I buy big. I bring machines. I have videos there.
I am standing on the last sea defense project constructed by the government to safeguard the residents of the Dansoman beach from the raging sea. Now to my left is a nearer sea defense project constructed also for the same purpose. Now in between these two defense projects, the land now occupied by the sea used to be homes, playgrounds for residents here at the Dansoman beach. And to my far right, to what is the remains of a two-story building, used to be a very popular beach resort known as the Overmass 1 Beach Resort. After that are about 5 beach resorts here too, but they've all been forced to either close down or relocate due to sea erosion. Now we'll be engaging residents here at the Dansoman beach to understand how sea erosion is impacting on their life. Later, I would also be speaking to an expert to know what the government and coastal dwellers can do to safeguard themselves from sea erosion and also to manage the harsh effects of sea erosion. Nikomi, a former professional footballer and the owner of the Overmass 1 Beach Resort, explains the impact of sea erosion on businesses. He laments spending over 600,000 Ghana cedis to relocate and renovate his resort.
$6 billion for this 600,000 Ghana cedis for this week. It pass. I buy stones. I bring excavators. I bring preloaders. I buy big. I bring machines. I have videos there. I spend a lot. It's a resort, so the government is supposed to help me, because here is the Dansoman beach, the whole West Africa, the biggest beach. DC, Apu crowd, even the Easter, Apu crowd, the 6 March, the Sun, Apu crowd, any occasion, Apu crowd, but it's not attractive like before. When people come right now, they don't have place to sit, where to enjoy. When they enter, they are just coming to bath. It's affecting us.
Painting a picture of what his resort used to be, Nikomi indicated that About 5 kilometers away from where we stood was a certain launch and football field where visitors used to play football. But today, it is all gone, swallowed by the sea. His business was not the only one affected by sea erosion. He mentioned 5 others that had to close down.
Before we play football there, volleyball. No, the sea is not coming. The sea is far. But because of the defense, so the pressure turned to us. That's why right now, see, the sea is coming. It's chasing us. It's not anything. It's because of the stone. That's why, because you don't have access to that place. So the pressure turned to us. So right now it's collapsing us. Look at my it was far. This place is far. Look at the other side. It was a resort too. That's Dansoman village. Here is a little paradise. That one too is a resort. It's far. So we used to pass here before we go inside the sun. Before we walk to the sea.
How many hotels and resorts used to be here? How many hotels?
We have about 6.
About 6.
I can mention them. Yeah, we have the Overmax, One Beach Resort, DC. We have Little Paradise. We have Dansoman Village. We have Jack Kingdom. We have Abriwanana. We have Marseille. We have Soja Bar. We have a lot.
Now I can't see any of the hotels you are talking about.
No,
if you have to point the allocation so that people understand what really sea erosion is causing you.
Yeah.
Can you point them?
Yeah. Here is Overmax. From Overmax to Little Paradise. From Little Paradise to Dansoman Village. From Dansoman Village, we are going to Shatta City. From Shatta City, you are going to Soja Bar. Then we move to my right side too. My right side too. We have Franconero here. From here we have Abriwanana. From Abriwanana we have Jack Kingdom. Right now, none of them. He left me. Jack Kingdom, he left its own small rooms. He left 3. By my own, right now I have 8 rooms. 4 is working now. It's okay. The 4 is working, but the top is not yet. But the one that is here is gone already.
Aside from the collapse of businesses, residents are in constant fear for their lives and property. After relocating 3 times, Ruben Akapo has been rendered homeless by the sea.
This is my room. There's been somebody who a building. The sea conquer everything for this place. You get plenty problems here. I've moved like 3 times. If you look about 50 to 20 minutes, 20 meters, you see the road. If you come out, you closer to the road. If about 20 minutes, you closer to the road. So I'll move about 3 times. Once I'm talking to you, I'll move about 3 times.
Ni Amu, another affected resident, also shares a story. He called on the government to come to their aid and construct a sea defense.
If you she fane no yo mi di ni na me bia wo yo wo hia wo yen ton si bia na sure eba kumole because of sea defense na fio na anye akewo wo me ani wo sure it step we bia gba ndia me gba bia ma me na ejo ne yo hia pi elefen fita hia fen complete e se ton sure kumo fen le bia wo yo ka ja wa fe sea defense awo. To
help manage sea erosion and its impact on coastal dwellers, Dr. Philip Jason Kwashiga, a research fellow at the Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies at the University of Ghana, called on the government to invest in research and provide case-specific solutions.
So yes, we have to look at case-specific. Where it is possible to move people backwards, that should be the best option. Where it will be more costly, then you will find a better way of protecting the coast. And now we are talking of nature-based solutions. Okay, building with nature. Can we bring in vegetation? Can we put in some, just put in sediments and all that for the coast to operate on its own? Yeah, so those are the options that we have. But each one comes with its cost, each one comes with its disadvantages and advantages. So what we are asking for, we look at it integratively. Let's have an integrated plan for our coast, so that we don't just get up, go in, when a community is crying that there is erosion, you go in and put in grounds. That doesn't. Government coming in, I will say that we need to look at the approach more holistically. What I see happening more is that having small interventions at specific places where you have not considered the ripple effect on other places. So government should invest more on the research, in the collection of data to really understand the situation along that coast. So eventually we will have a good plan and an integrated plan for the whole coastline of Ghana, so that when we are moving in to do an intervention, we know that this has been properly researched and planned, and we know this is what we are going to do at a specific place, not just going in to put groins, as is the case mostly now. And like the people are complaining, it has shifted the problem to their side, so they have a right to complain.
Dr. Jason Kwashiga cautioned residents against human practices such as sand winding and other activities that alter the sediments of the sea.
We should, as much as possible, as coastal dwellers, reduce or if possible, stop the removal of sediment from the coastline. That is something that coastal dwellers can do to help the situation. Okay, they should stop removing sediments from the coast. That will make enough sediment available for the coastal processes to occur without any alarm.
That was my interaction with Dr. Philip Jason Kwashiga, a research fellow with the Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies at the University of Ghana. We spoke about sea erosion, a phenomenon largely caused by climate change, with key focus on human practices that influence sea erosion, and how governments as well as coastal dwellers can reduce and manage the impact of sea erosion without degrading the environment. I am Elliot Nweti, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing is unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Oh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Other goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
When we are having our weddings and traditional marriages, we do prepare the apapransa as well. So, and mind you, if it's not prepared well and we are not careful, you will be running. You had a stomach upset.
Okay.
So make sure when you are going to eat, it's prepared by an adult person.
of our food today. Some call it apapransa. It's a very common staple food. Others call it akliji, but here in Ada, it's called kaaweku. We are at the palace of the paramount Queen Mother of the Ada traditional area, and we are about to learn how to prepare this staple food, kaaweku. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Now you know how it is mothers who always sort us out with food, right? So we are sitting with a royal mother. She's the mother of the entire Ada traditional area and the paramount Queen Mother. She is in the person of Nana Kabuko Dagojo Dumali I, and she's going to help us understand how to prepare the origin, the history, and how to prepare one of their staples. We call it apapransa. Nana, thank you for speaking to us. Usually, we know the staple food prepared with palm nut soup and corn flour. We call it apapransa, but we would like to know how it's termed as among the Adas.
Thank you very much. We call it kaaweku. Yes, because of the crab, it is a dangbe food. So it is out kaaweku.
So there are lots of crabs here in Ada. Okay. The kaaweku food, when is it prepared? Is it prepared? Can anyone just prepare it on a normal day, or is it on special days, festivals, or unique days?
Thank you very much. At first, it used to be prepared on special occasions. It's a royal food.
Okay.
It's prepared for the chiefs and the queens during the festival. It's prepared during the installation of a chief or a queen.
Okay.
Or during a birthday or any celebration. But now we are in a modern world, so we can prepare it anytime, any day you feel like eating the kaaweku, you can prepare it.
Okay. You mentioned it's used to be solely prepared on special days for royals. Is it still prepared for royals?
Yes, please.
Aside the normal.
Yes, it's still prepared. It's one of the food we normally prepare during our festivals or during our sacred days when we are doing, maybe we are doing something in the stool room, or there's a purification rite that we have to perform, or there's any rite that we have to, like during our puberty rite, during the festival, even at funerals. We still prepare them during our funerals. Even in marriages, when we are having our weddings and traditional marriages, we do prepare the apapransa as well.
Okay.
And it's a delicacy. Almost everybody loves it. It will surprise you when you go for a program and there is other food in the apapransa. The apapransa, the kaaweku get finished faster before you realize it.
People enjoy it more than...
Yes, they really do enjoy it.
Okay.
And mind you, if it's not prepared well and we are not careful, you will be running. You had a stomach upset.
Okay.
So make sure when you are going to eat, it's prepared by an Ada person, Ada woman.
That's all.
We are the best in preparing the kaaweku.
I see. Okay. Kindly take us through the process. How is kaaweku prepared here in Ada?
Okay, thank you very much. In preparing kaaweku, the ingredients, you need palm nuts. You need a roasted corn flour. You need tomatoes. You need onion. You need fish. We have a variety of fish, the dry fish. Then you need shrimps, dry shrimps. You need water as well, and the utensils. At first, you prepare the palm nut soup. You need a crab as well. After preparing the palm nut soup, you've washed the crabs very well. You spice them with the local spices. Then when the soup is getting cooked, you can put them in the soup for it to get cooked, to have the flavor and the pepper and all this into the crab. Or you can choose to prepare the crab separately.
Okay.
Then after the soup is prepared, mind you, we use our local spices. We use the garlic, onions, and ginger. That is the best spices we have in, and it is healthier. So that's what we normally use. And this locals with the herbs. After preparing the soup is it should be well cooked. Other than that, the kaaweku will not come out well. So the soup should be well cooked. People even prepare it overnight. You have to prepare it for it to be cooked. So even in the evening, after cooking the palm, preparing the palm, mixing it and taking the chaff from the water, mixing it and putting it on fire. When you put it on the fire, you add your tomatoes, your onion, and your pepper into it. You have to leave it to boil for a very long time. Then you grind the pepper and the tomatoes and all those things into it. You give it the spices for it to be well cooked. Then you add your fish. The dry fish. You can add the powdered one and the smoked one. You put it into pieces. You divide it into pieces and put it in it as well. So when the soup is well prepared, that is where you start adding. You take out some of the soup. Then you start adding the roasted corn flour. Then you start cooking it like the way we prepare the akple or banku. You don't need to add all the flour at once. Other than that, there will be some, what's the name? There will be some lumps in it. So you need to do it slowly and quickly as well. You need to stir it. Yeah, that's what we call it. You need to stir. You need to stir it fast, so that it will all be even. And when you are doing that and it's hard, then you start adding the soup that you've taken out. You don't need to add water to it. Other than that, it will get spoiled. Then you add the water. Then you add the shrimps, the powdered shrimp as well. Then in some cases, we add beans, cooked beans, the red beans. We add it to the ready cooked red beans. We add it to the apapransa for it. Then you cover it for some time for the heat to evaporate. Then you open it and stir it again. And when you look at the consistency that you want, if it's okay for you, then that's when you start cooking it very, very well until it is well done. Then we normally dish it into our earthenware pot. That's what we normally dish it into. Then you prepare the crab. The crab normally, after cooking it, you need to remove the eyes, and there's some, when you turn it upside down, there's some, let's say the stomach, there's some shell over there. You need to remove it. And the fingers, you need to break them. You don't need to dress it with the food like that. You need to break the fingers from it. And some people also prepare stew. You can prepare palm nut, red oil stew, and add it on the kaaweku, and it is done. And it is so nice and so delicious.
I'm already salivating just by hearing, you know, how to prepare the food without even having seen it. But we are lucky because we get to see the first-hand preparation outside. Some of the Queen Mother's women are preparing the food, and they would help us see the practicality of what she just said. But thank you so much for speaking to us. And so we'll take a break and then get outside, join the women who are cooking out there, and they'll take us through the rest of the process. Stay with us.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy!
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. We are under some palm trees. It indicates what is being prepared in the background. We are going to experience, like I said earlier, firsthand how to prepare apapransa, what the Ada people call kaaweku. So to help us do this is our elderly mother over there, Yomo Kanoki Dagojo, and she's being assisted by Charity Dagojo. So let's get there. Yomo ihamo.
Oh, mama, sir.
Ejo.
Oh, mama,
Ejo. Anye. Okay. So as you can see, the soup is hot on fire. Our mother here is being the one preparing it. She's prepared the palm nut soup. It's almost ready. In fact, it's ready. So now she's about to add the roasted corn flour, and we want to observe how she goes about it. So let's just watch. At this point, the food was almost ready, but first, I had to have a feel of how to prepare this food, and of course, my crew members had to join in. In no time, our kaaweku was ready, and it was time for serving and eating. Just take a look at all the crabs sitting beautifully on the food. I just couldn't wait to dig in. So it's time to eat, and you can see I'm spoiled with choice. This one is choose your choice. Of course, the best food in the whole world. You heard it from Numo. And it was prepared by our mother here. And so it's time for me to take a bite.
Take a bite. Bite down.
Unfortunately, I mean, this is for me, Aaron.
So. Happy birthday. A happy birthday to you. A happy birthday, Mrs. A happy birthday, Lord. A happy birthday to you.
Delicious. I'm telling you.
Very, very, very delicious.
Very, very delicious. How do you say delicious in
Saminya.
In Saminya. That is this one.
Yeah.
So that's how we wrap up. We wrap up. This food is kaaweku, and it is apapransa prepared in the Dangbe land. And this is how we ended this episode of People and Places. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari. Thank you for joining us. See you next time.
This happened on our last day in Benin.
So as I said, my name is Chris Yasugo, and I'm very happy to meet you in the temple of Python. In this temple, we worship and we pray a snake that we call royal Python. They are a snake, but they don't harm people. They don't have teeth, they don't have poison. Okay, they don't bite at all. We worship them because in the past, they protect the kingdom. During war time, these snakes defend our land. That's why Kweda people worship them. Kweda is the ethnic group that worship the python. And to recognize the Kweda, you just have to look into their faces. They have marks, like the man in the office. They have 2x5 marks on their faces. So in the past, we have the passports. When they travel, people easily know that they come from Kweda. We say Wida now because of the French. They could not pronounce very well Kweda, and they said Wida. Okay. The temple exists 13 centuries, if not in the past of the forest. That's why we still have some trees around. Okay? And in the Golden tradition, we have some trees that are sacred, like baobab tree, iroko tree, because these trees embody the spirit that we worship every market days. So this is a sacred tree. This one is an iroko. A life or death is still sacred, because the spirit is still inside. Market days we go at the foot of the tree and we pray. We give offering to the spirit like palm oil, corn flour, food, drinks.
When is the market day?
Each 3 days, each 5 days.
Oh, okay.
Inside we have two types of python. This one is a female that we call Dangbe Dre. Dangbe Dre is long, while the male is short. We call the male Dangbe Bong. Dre means that is long. Bone short. Oh. Yeah, so inside is a shrine. What is the spirit that we worship? Today is not market day. That's why the door is closed. If not, every market day we open the door, and the priests and those who are initiated, they go in to do ritual. And every 7 years we have a big ceremony of purification. During this ceremony, we return the jar and we put it out. And the priest first of the temple, the woman in front, she chose 41 Ogu in Wida, but in Nigeria, for Nago Yoruba people, they call it Ogu Orisha. In Eri, in Brazil, they call it Ogu Ferai. Okay. Okay, you want to touch it, so you have to purify yourself. Okay. In purification and protection, you can touch the body. It's soft and cold. Okay. You have to change your fear to audacity. Maybe you are scared. Okay, remove your cap and we will try it.
Abigail is not scared.
Thank you, sir.
turn next.
What is going on?
Okay.
Let's calm down. No, relax. And now spine. That's your who's there. Go ahead. Oh my God.
Ten more. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
So we take off our shoes before entering the snake.
So this is the living room.
Okay.
Once a month, we open the door, we release them, and they go out. We don't give them food inside. Okay. So when they go out, they find rats around their mouth. They don't have teeth, so they strangle and they swallow. When they finish, they come back. Or when people meet them on their way, they bring them back. They are very happy to see them because they are sacred in our tradition. And it's a blessing to wake up in the morning and see the snake in your house. Okay? And inside they used to drink sacred water. They drink this water, and with this water you can make wishes. You have some wishes. You just get down, you purify yourself, and you ask what you want to the deity. Okay, but only for good purposes. You don't pray in a bad way. When you finish, you let an offering. It's a money but any amount to be grateful to the spirit. Okay. And each month they change the skin. They change the skin, and sometimes we use the skin to continue the rituals inside. Okay. They live like human beings. Okay. And the medium age is about 30 to 40 years. So when they die, normally we don't say that the python die in our tradition. They travel because they are spirits. So when it happened, we bury them. This is the cemetery, and we bury the snake like human beings with all respect. We have some feasts of ceremony that we do before.
You bury them. So how many pythons have died here?
I can't estimate. I can't because the temple exists since 1360s. It's a lot. Okay. Once a month when we release them, because of the new main road, people can cross to them. So when the accident happens,
okay, then you'll bring it here, and then you'll purify yourself here, and then you'll bury it here.
Okay. And outside, we have the baobab tree. Just out, you have a look. This baobab tree out. It is 600 years old baobab.
So they have a souvenir market. How much is this one? 2,000. 2,000. Safer. So I was able to get a magnet here. Yeah, that's the only thing that has a Benin written on it. So. This brings us to the end of all the videos in Benin. Let me know in the comment section which video is your favorite. Until next time on my next video in Ghana, I love you all. Mwah.
What is going on?
Okay.
Let's calm down. No, relax. And now spine. That's your who's there. Go ahead. Oh my God.
Take pictures.
10 more. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Did you get pictures?
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me from Lemon finance. While Brian said the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is this coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements: be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card, you must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nsrental.gov nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Wow, so I have here with me Mr. Isaac Atta, and he's a coconut seller. He tells me he's been selling this for the past 16 years. I mean, this story is so exciting, and I would want to know more. So let's just get into the conversation. Mr. Atta, now what's it could be what's
16 years me.
It is an area you boy a call saying. Saying, I am also saying,
say, do man, I may have Menya womb. Tell you, Bokrana, in Jamena womb.
What's that in Pempino? You are saying, by will be our own ma, of a so any particular be when you are saying. And see, who say now when you not coconut, I could be an episode or one. I say, it's a brabo moon, your mind getting to know, not just a sana is in ban. My mintis and I was a meeting.
Who been in talent, but now Brabona and Koya mammy. Means they say me down bed, maybe.
Say, Uncle, yes, I say, oh, my man, Shana, Papa, more catch my internet.
We say, Miss Kusem, Papa, no man, so come from Uncle.
I don't know, I stop banana.
Oh, I'm in a stop on Zetamana, skinny fee, to my uncle's square. Every time I could be in my many to my end. Maybe same to me tonight, sir. Say me pay, to maybe Namie. I'm sure could be near better, mammy.
So, who are you, woman?
But you,
in my saying, and you're in most for saying,
well, you're about on my fall.
So, say business no air cost year. It's not me, be also on my fall. So, when you're Moko school, and I back on school, me and Nuku school, not to Subande on year. You're also last one, only year. Opening the or driving. You are the taxi. Oh. I see how many years?
About 23.
23. And the last one, the Francis was saying?
Last one was 1.5.
Wow. And so now, say, also why you do 16 years?
But you.
And also to me, I had anything.
My sit down and answer them down there, show me your name, ma.
And I have a story building, Nana.
But I will sing
room. I see. And this, yeah, so now we sit on the man for boo and him here. Say, oh, pay Juma, yeah, to say, what's that? Sunday is buying Tiano.
And Provoca Pam.
Setting.
So, we are near Juma. As me, say, a Juma, I'm clutching a bang Juma.
And to see, I said, Oba, and so cast off a so over ye Juma Wavia, over Penisome, and I will pushing this said, I will so, yeah.
About over Juma Fufro.
I didn't tell woman in your way, Juma, so then one as sick home. And say, Juma and Scowum, say, I didn't. And that's what to me, I also wait to me, I
members of a bread.
I see. And so I said, oh, my own shame, so may say you may be particular to say day in a day.
Oh, I need to mention I say Frank aba ka me pay dwuma say dia ni.
Nti say bi omo ba ko ka say da. Me person me soldier, me person me police, me person me edwuma na wo ye na bia. Den na be ka che.
Ka je say dia.
On to me nya say.
Edwuma na ye din.
Na so no na we hu say wo ye ntem no ono person o ya. On to me kan che ne say we ya say tin na akona ko ye we ya na.
So no ade din so betum aye dia me no problem.
And over man no kwan.
Otumi yan so dia be bua ni.
And this is your go so aye to wo hwe wanim say maybe 4 years and 5 years time ebeba no o hwe nim say ababo na we sia kwase ya mo.
Hwe nim say Nyankopon bua me na say me na wo menim ntum fan ye bibi papa bi.
I see. So don't chema ejuma we abo paun.
Oh abua me.
Nti wo employers I go ma ombetuku beni bi ede kwa na.
There be na me won kwala me ba wo de bi kwa chima.
Nti omo ye sales. Somba no omo be account am na we ti omo bi. Omo ye dodo sen.
Oye
4. Bache yo. Nti no ne sa no omo ba se odi good pan mu ana se omo dey track.
Odi good pan
mu. Tanu ne sa omo de ba sales sen no omo de ba.
Oton oba ko bia ton 100 pieces ya o de 300 never.
Na we bia amana na so ye ne sen.
E bia ton nyina ya na metia wonka. Betia ba me na me feed won.
Wana feed you. Oh, nti ayo mo fa ne sa no mo de kwa hemfa ne hemfa.
O de ne nam kru ni.
See. Nti wan ka san so ugina hanu se ya ede no. Utumi nya ska be sen.
Oh, utumi nya be 500
a day. Nti na me tete so man for ke kasan mamu aya mutagina wiem no mu ska kra say bank for tese ya mpa na.
Oh, me de adwuma we de me kan kwalo o ye adwuma bank a won fa won to no.
Sa cheche mu yi.
Oh, me tuma ka me de kube be 1000 pieces be ba. Me ton be ye phone no a tire sa be 3 days ya ton awie. Me tuma nya profit be 2000 won. The 2000 no, me 4000 ama 1000 ama kwala no.
Itu kube no wanka sana utu kwan no akofa na so bi na.
Me anka sana makofa.
So aya akofa wen.
Me ko insan mu nkren ase.
Na wanka sa wo ka sa.
Ba je me ni me ka.
Uni ka.
Ba je yo.
Tano ne sa no ye de orient ana.
Rent.
I see. Nti so far so o futo bi abe to obi ra oni adwuma ya na se bibi se omra kube adwuma ni mu ana.
Oh, kube adwuma na me so bebe mu dia metuma kire o se ye do bebe mu dia be bua wo. Eye o hwasu ya eye cracking abanga adwuma.
Okay, nti oma hu omo so omo mbu mu adwuma se no omo sa na futo be na de be mo.
Won na me mobo.
Omo ye mobo. Ade tro omo ye mobo.
So wonim dia sete.
Sa.
Wonim dia sete ya ko kro be preso wo be ye.
Oh, I said just sika home. Nice. And that's so sunny Kasaya. So this was Isaac Atta, yes, and he is a coconut seller. So you heard his story. His story may be sad, it may be emotional, but this is the hustler story. That was the coconut seller. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV with me, Victoria Cheibafo.
We are back again, Charlie. This is Rwanda, Kigali, the country of 1,000 hills. In today's vlog, we are going to be exploring the city of Kigali in a double-decker bus. And of course, you guys are coming along. I'm here at the tip of the city. And yeah, I can't wait for you all to see the city through my lens. Let's go, guys. Is the capital of Rwanda. It's roughly in the center of the country. The city has numerous hills and valleys. The city of Kigali is one of the 5 provinces of Rwanda. Kigali has been declared as the most beautiful city in Africa and the 3rd greenest city in the world.
Every last Saturday of each month, the traffic is stopped for 3 hours to clean the city. Isn't this amazing?
On the other paper, you have item numbered 7 to be taken now, and then we'll revert to questions and statements in that order. Speaker, thank you.
Item number 6.
Item number 7.
You have 7. You have statement. Let me invite you to page 3. Page 3. Item listed 7. Presentation of papers, and that will commence public business. So let me invite Majority Leader, who is slated to lay a paper as listed in 7A. So Leader, 7A.
Annual report on the staffing position of the Office of the President for the period 1st January to 31st December 2022.
Are you supposed to refer it to Finance Committee?
No, Mr. Speaker, I think it should go to the Special Budget Committee.
Special Budget. Yes. Honourable members, the paper is duly laid and is referred to the Special Budget. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've never seen a report from any committee on the staffing position of the Office of the President for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, for a very long time. Oftentimes, I've seen referrals, but I've not seen the committee reporting to the House. Speaker, we should give the committee some timelines so that they will be able to report accordingly. But Speaker, this is a major issue. It keeps coming up, and nobody presents report for the debate of the House. And so it's important you urge the committees to report accordingly.
Well. Yes, Leader. Speaker, the position is this, that the reports from the ministries are given to the substantive ministers, superintending the ministries. Now, if there are any issues that the minister would want Parliament to be aware of, he will point it out in this statement to Parliament. So, other than that, if there are no issues, it comes to Parliament by way of information. That is what it is. But if there are issues, and presented to the committee then will relate to a plenary. That is why the annual reports, the budget performances, are not reported on. But the committees are supposed to peruse it. If in the course of perusal they stumble on any nodal issues, it will require them to report to Parliament. That is how it's supposed to be. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I find it difficult to agree with the majority leader on this occasion. Mr. Speaker, I say this because this is not a budget performance report. This is a report indicating the staffing position of the office of the President. Okay, so I'm of the view that yes, since you have referred the matter to the committee, it is important for the committee to sit on it and report to the House. We cannot allow the committee just to sit on it and fail to report to us, so that we'll be able to debate it appropriately, and for us to be aware of the staffing position of the President. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because it has fiscal implications. And if it has fiscal implications, economic implications, it's only right for the House to be apprised with it, so that we'll be able to debate it appropriately and be guided. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was talking to the papers to be late, all of them. I think I put all of them in one basket. He's singling out the first one. Mr. Speaker, you may recollect that there's been some backwards and forwards on this, in respect of even which committee to deal with it. Sometimes, I think earlier.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian said the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the Digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies, such as
important committees who are under the office of the president to join the special budget committee to interrogate the report. Ampa.
Well. Honourable members, I believe this particular issue has been settled. I mean, the referral has been gone to the special budget. But if I got Honourable Minority Leaders right, he's just making a general statement that committee members or committee chair and the ranking, if referral are made to you, please, you have to do what it takes to report back to the House as early as possible. Because at times, some of the referrals are made and you don't hear anything about it again. So I think it's a general statement from my point that he's making. And from that angle, I may also suggest that leadership may have to take this thing up. That if referral is made to a committee, the committee, if there's the need to give them timelines as to when they should report back to the House, we have to do. So that it doesn't become that once a referral is made, it's just a referral that has been made and nothing is said again. So that's my angle, the way I am understanding from Honorable Atufosun. Yes, Leader. Speaker, it's the reason why I agreed with what my colleague, the minority, suggested, even though I said that in general terms, these are meant for information purposes. But they could make some report and submit those reports to us, at least, because so that the entire Parliament be seized of it. So the entire Parliament be seized of it. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I want to disagree with the suggestion from my colleague, the Honourable Member for Mr. Speaker, it is like referral to the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprise. Trade and industry would have dealt with them, their budgetary allocation. When it comes to some particular aspect in terms of economy and the efficiency of those enterprises, it is the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises that deals with them. Oftentimes, there's some war over the turf of some of the committees. And I think he's bringing the same thing here. He should be guided by the import of the 184 and not introduce any complications in the case. Speaker, my colleague would know that I'm not out of order. We cannot get up when the majority leader is on the floor. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand the various opinions coming from both sides and why they are coming. Mr. Speaker, annual report, the essence of annual report is to assist the House in its oversight responsibilities. And Mr. Speaker, if you check carefully, the staffing positions or the report being laid now, the committee responsible for the budgets, responsible for this is Office of Government Machinery. And during budget is the Finance Committee that consider budget of Office of Government Machinery. So if, Mr. Speaker, the annual report has now come, when they were considering the Office of Government Machinery budget, special budget members were not there. We were responsible for constitutional bodies that do not fall under any ministry, like the Electoral Commission, the Audit Service, the NCCE, and Public Service Commission, and the likes. But Mr. Speaker, if now a committee has considered the budget for Office of Government Machinery, their annual staffing positions and report is coming under special budget. I think it would be better, leader, if you refer it to us so that the leadership of the Finance Committee can assist, like the Honorable Patrick Boama is saying, so that, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to have the full overview of the budget that were approved and the impact of the staffing positions and their implications and the recommendations that should come in the 2024 budget. We must do all those recommendations, so he's not far from right.
Very well, honourable members, the referral has already been made. The referral has already been made, and I will plead with you to move on, please. We turn to 7B by the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development.
Speaker, let me seek your indulgence to present these papers on behalf of the underlisted ministers.
Budget performance reports in respect of Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the period January to December 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs for consideration and report. We turn to C by the Minister for Information.
Budget performance reports in respect of Ministry of Information for the period January to December 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Communication for consideration and report. We now move to D, Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Budget performance reports in respect of Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for the period January to December 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report. We now move to E by the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations.
Budget performance reports in respect of Ministry of Employment and Labour Relations for the period January to December 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises for consideration and report. Let's move to F by the Minister for Health.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Medical and Dental Council for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee on Health for consideration and report. Let's now move to G by the Chairman of the Committee. Chairman of the Committee. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, the committee really has not yet started on the matter. So we'll stand at one down.
Very well. So we move to H. H.
Speaker, the committee of the whole will meet on this tomorrow. So we shall endeavor to finish it up and then have the report submitted to plenary consideration same tomorrow.
Leader, what about I?
Speaker, for I have no information on I. Committee on Agriculture.
The chairman of the Committee of Agriculture? Very well. So you said that one.
This year we can stand I down as well.
Thank you, Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, we can now come back to questions and statements.
Statement or question?
Let's deal with the question first.
Question first.
Right.
Honourable members, let me invite you to item 6. Item 6. Questions. Honourable members, we have 8 questions from members, and they are all directed to the Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I thought you said item 6. Questions are on item 5, not 6. Item 6 is statement. Questions.
Very well. Very well. I was just reading from there. But I'm now moving to page 2. Page 2. Item listed 5. Page 2. So all the questions are directed to the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry. And I can see him. So, Adam said this year, if you may take your seat. But, very well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have the permission of Dr. Kobna Donko to ask his questions for him.
I haven't called the question.
Mr. Speaker.
You are rushing. I haven't called the question.
Okay.
Yes. So, question, we begin from page 2, question 959. 959. And the question stands in the name of Dr. Kobna Donko, member for Pru East. So, Honorable Leader, you may now ask the question on behalf of.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of Dr. Kobna Donko to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry whether there is a conscious plan to make manufacturing the major thrust of employment creation beyond mining as well as oil and gas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Deputy Majority Leader, what's the problem? I haven't called you. I'm calling Deputy Majority Leader. Let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader just made an application. I want to know whether he is fortified in making such application. I want to know whether you are fortified. The application was lame, so fortify yourself so that we can make progress. Yeah, he has to fortify himself. You know you can't make a lame application.
I've granted the leave.
Yes, he needs to ground his application on something for leave to be granted. Mr. Speaker, unless you are waiving such a rule. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, unless you're granting a waiver. Mr. Speaker, unless you want to grant a waiver, then we are in your hands. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we are governed by the jurisprudence.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, on this particular circumstance, I've waived that.
Mr. Speaker, when there is express provision.
You see, at this particular circumstance.
Oh, okay, Mr. Speaker, as you please.
Yes, Honorable Minister, the question has been asked. You may now answer the question. Mr. Minister, you are to answer the question, please. Yeah, mentally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that there are indeed conscious and ongoing efforts to implement a well-laid-out plan to make manufacturing the major thrust of employment in Ghana beyond the extractive sector. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the MPP administration, government has put in place a comprehensive framework for industrial transformation known as the 10-point plan, which is aimed at making Ghana the manufacturing hub of Africa. The 10-point plan consists of 10 components, namely the National Industrial Revitalization Program, otherwise called Stimulus Package. This is to facilitate access to medium and long-term capital for distressed but viable manufacturing companies to restore and enhance their production capacity and return the enterprises to profitability. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is the 1B, 1F initiative. I will give the details of, I think everybody is aware of. Speaker, the Strategic Anchor Industries Initiative, which consists, Mr. Speaker, of 10 specific programs. Speaker, there's also the industrial parks and the special economic zones. There is the small and medium enterprise development. There's the industrial subcontracting.
Honourable members, if you have an issue, please address the chair. Don't. Mr. Minister.
Export development.
Mr. Minister, hold on a bit for me. Yes, honourable member for.
I'm very sure that the minister is here to read to us what is in that paper. And when he was reading, some of us were not hearing anything. We will appeal to him to take his time and read so that we will understand and we will listen and understand what is in there so we can ask follow-up questions. But he's not reciting the Quran, so he should take his time.
Okay. Very well. Very well. Honourable Leader, Honourable Minister, your complaint is that you read very fast.
Continue from where I got into.
Slow a bit for all of us.
I will do that. Export development, domestic retail trade, business regulatory reforms, public-private dialogue mechanism. Mr. Speaker, these are the components of the interrelated interventions that constitute the critical success factors needed to achieve industrial transformation in Ghana.
Yes, Leader, do you have any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I have supplementary questions. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he made mention of other areas the government since 2017 has undertaken to grow manufacturing. Can the minister provide some data, or can the minister inform us in terms of quantification, how much has the country saved so far in terms of export or import substitution? Because the Speaker, clearly, if a country engage in measures, policies that will transform the manufacturing sector, you should be able to see it in forms of import coming into the country. So do they have any numbers quantified to reflect the fact that import is coming down and manufacturing sector is growing in terms of numbers, Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Minister, you may answer the question.
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Actually, that's entirely a different... Mr. Speaker, that's actually a different question the minority leader is asked. The question that I've just dealt with, it's the efforts by government to boost industrialization. That's different from the question as to how there has been substitution in the products that are imported vis-a-vis those which are produced in the country. I risk informing the House in advance of what Cabinet needs to know, because Cabinet is actually not aware of this. But it's so important, the question he asked, that we actually at the verge of completing an LI to present to the House, to give us the statutory in which we're able to tackle the questions that the minority is raised. If the House will recall, during my vetting, the issue came up as to how much the country is expending on importation of certain items. We intend to deal with that, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, hold on. You see, when you asked the supplementary question, somebody hinted me that it was completely outside the original question. So I shouldn't have even allowed. But I thought, that's why I asked the minister, he may. But he has also intimated that the question was different. So if you want import substitution, I think it would be good for the House and the entire nation to file a separate question for that. So, but I believe the owner of the question did ask you to ask supplementary question. I don't believe that.
Mr. Speaker, this is a follow-up to the very question, the very answer the minister gave to us. Mr. Speaker, the question is to find out whether the government has a conscious plan to make manufacturing a major thrust of employment creation. Can the minister indicate how much employment that has been created as part of government plan to make manufacturing a hub for employment creation? Can he share some numbers with us? How much jobs that has been created to date?
Minister, do you have the numbers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have tentative numbers. At the last count, we were able to...
Minister, tentative. If you don't have it right, I will presume that you don't have it. Then you should go and come back well. Because giving figures that may not sit right, people may use it. So I will implore you to look at figures well. It's just that I want to go on.
My daughter, I was going to try to help you out, but the Speaker has advised me to go back. So I intend to listen to the Speaker more than to your question. So, Mr. Speaker, I defer to you and go back.
Very well. So, honourable members, we turn to question 960. Question 960. And the question stands the same member for Pru East, Honorable Kwadradonko. So, Honorable Leader, you may still ask the question again.
Mr. Speaker, the question is to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what efforts the Ministry is making to develop the water bottling industry to international standards and thus end the importation of water in Ghana.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, there are stringent regulatory procedures put in place by the Food and Drugs Authority for licensing of packaged water, that is bottled and sachet, manufacturing facilities, and for the registration of the finished packaged water. The premises of these manufacturing facilities are also regularly inspected using the authorities' guidelines, FDA/FDI/GL-FPF/2020/02. The inspection covers the starting material, which is water, and the packaging materials to ensure that they meet the respective standards. And the finished product meets the requirement of GS 175/1 of 2002 for drinking water and GS 220/2014 for mineral water. Look at the FDA also conducts market surveillance and product analysis of products in circulation on the market to keep pace with the phenomenal growth of bottled water and sachet manufacturing. Look at the regulatory framework for conformity assessment bodies involving testing, inspection, and certification will be further strengthened with the consideration and passage of the Ghana Accreditation Bill currently referred to the Committee on Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I again want to ask the Minister if there are any timelines to ensure that this policy, as he has actually outlined, is going to be achieved. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because today when you go to some of the restaurants, in Accra in particular, some water that is for sale are imported. And if there is a way that we can curb those importations, then we will need to ensure that this is achieved in the shortest possible time. So I want to find out from the ministry if there are timelines to ensure that that is done and done very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am not sure I indicated that there were going to be timelines within which importation of such water will be banned. What I've outlined, Mr. Speaker, are the specific steps that are in place to ensure that water produced in this country is good for consumption. So we refer to the various standards that are expected of these companies to apply or to rise up to in the production of their respective products. If in the process there's enough in the market forces themselves will determine whether we continue buying the made in Ghana water or the bits about those which are imported. But as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, there is this LI that I have already mentioned to the minority leader. If that comes to the House and it is approved, that will state the items which we have in mind if we intend to limit their importation into the country. I'm not sure if water is on the list, but probably it's on the list. But we will bring the document to the House.
Well. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, one last supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister advise the Ministry of Finance to use fiscal measures to reduce the importation of water to our country and to give local companies the opportunity? Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because until you use some fiscal measures to give competitive advantage to local Ghanaian companies, they may not be able to compete in that high-end water consumption market. Mr. Speaker, that is why I am asking the Minister if he will consider that as an option to help build the water bottling industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I draw the attention of my colleague, the minority leader, to Order 68(5), which provides no member shall address the House upon any question, nor in asking person shall any argument or opinion be offered. You have your own opinion, and you want to voice your opinion on the minister, as expressed in your argument. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I think this question should be ruled out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I did not express opinion. I asked the Honourable Minister for Trade and Industry a direct question. Mr. Speaker, my question is, will he consider fiscal measures as a tool to promote the local Ghanaian water bottling companies? Mr. Speaker, that is my question.
Honourable Leader, don't you think if you file a separate question for this is a very important issue? Honourable members, why no? I am asking him whether he will not do justice to all of us if you file a separate question that will elucidate more answers from this particular question than this supplementary question. That is my view. Mr. Minister, if you think...
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the point and the question he asked is of immense interest to everybody. That is why I said that there's something on its way to this House. So we may have to reserve all this and await the arrival of that document in this House. It's completely important question that he asked.
Well. So we turn to question 1104. Honourable Member for Kita, Honourable Kwame Yapi.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The Honourable Member has flooding in his community. He has asked me to seek your leave to ask the question on his behalf.
So the same question that the Deputy Majority Leader asked is coming up. So are you coming on which order? Anyway, once I've waived the...
Should I read the order on which I come?
If you have it, then let's hear. Let's have it.
Mr. Speaker, when I come on order 68(3), in the absence of the member asking the question, any member so authorized may, with Mr. Speaker's prior permission, ask the question on behalf of the absent member. If it pleases you, I'll ask it on his behalf.
The underlying word is Mr. Speaker's prior approval.
That's what I'm seeking now. Mr. Speaker, it says may. The discretion is really yours. And if it pleases you, I'll ask it on his behalf.
No, I'll grant you, but the prior approval is Mr. Speaker ought to be aware before he even enters the chamber. Right?
Mr. Speaker, I have no intention of challenging you.
No, I'll grant you, but okay. we are all learning. It's an important subject that deputy majority that brought up. We are all learning. We are not making you just a scapegoat, but we need to learn it. Honorable Patrick Boama has been raising this issue that once the owner of the question is not here and somebody is asking the question for and on behalf of that person, prior approval should be sought from the speaker, probably at the prior meeting of the leadership, so that the speaker will be aware that the owner of the question is not here, but somebody else is answering asking the question for on his behalf. So we are all learning. We are not picking you up. Yes, leader.
Speaker, you are right. If we want to be technical, the approval of the speaker should be sought before we come to plenary. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we've not really been observing this rule. And that is why I'll plead with you to allow the lady to do what she wants to do. But indeed, Mr. Speaker, if Parliament is called upon to give prior approval of ministers, prior approval is given by Parliament before they are appointed by the President. Like we just did with the Supreme Court Justice, the Chief Justice. Prior approval is granted by this House before the President makes the appointment. So technically that is how it's supposed to be done. But as I'm saying, we have been observing this provision more in its breach. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead that you allow our lady to go on.
My sister, Katie South, you may ask the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what steps are being taken by the Ministry to reduce Ghana's import bill on children's food in the country.
Yes, Minister.
But, Mr. Speaker, before I answer the question, can I kindly, in my parliamentary capacity, entreat you back on what the majority leader just said? If this particular rule has been practiced more in breach than in observance, isn't it appropriate for us to make a step today by stepping all of these questions down for those who are not here until they come, and then the proper approvals are sought? I think, Mr. Speaker, that is the right way to go. We can't always be breaching the rules like that. Our rules, Mr. Speaker, are meant to be followed. So if they accept that the proper rules have not been followed in this House, my parliamentary view is that step all of them down and then get them to do the proper thing.
Minister, I've granted her the leave to do that. So you may answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the import bill for preparation for infant use, which was approximately $25 million US in 2021, reduced to $20 million US in 2022. Speaker, in this regard, government would continue to assist the growth of the food sector through targeted interventions, especially companies specializing in the manufacture of food preparations for infant use. This will further reduce the import bill on infant food preparations. More specifically, government is supporting the private sector to enhance the local production of food preparation for children. This is partly through the 1D, 1F program and partly through the laudable efforts of key players in the fast-moving consumer food industry. Mr. Speaker, under the 1D 1F program, Premium Food Limited, located at Kwaso in the Ajoso municipality of the Ashanti region, installed a new production line with capacity to produce 18 tons per hour of highly nutritious, fortified blended foods and ingredients. The company has installed additional silos with storage capacity of 17,600 metric tons to ensure consistent supply of raw materials. We have also under the 1D 1F program, Yerdan Agro Group of companies located at Abisim in the Sunyane municipality in the Bono region has installed production capacity of 1,000 metric tons per annum for the production of fortified foods for children. Mr. Speaker, a leading manufacturing company, Nestle Ghana Limited, commissioned in June 2022 a new plant in Tama for instant cereal at a cost of about 175 million cedis. The production capacity is 6,700 tons per annum, making Nestle's Tama factory the primary hub for instant food for infant cereals in Ghana. In Ghana and other 24 countries in Central and West Africa. Mr. Speaker, it's projected that the next phase of expansion will provide an additional 6,700 tons of production capacity at a cost of 56 million cedis. It should be completed, all things being equal, in 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Gifa.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Minister for the response. Just to say that on the earlier discussion we were having, you may consider the word may and not shall in your deliberation towards whether we can ask the questions or not. But I thank you for the opportunity to ask the question on behalf of the Member of Parliament for Keta constituency. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you too. So we move to question 1280. And the question stands in the member for Narugu Gambaga, Honorable Seidu Isifu. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I want to ask the question on behalf of my colleague. He is currently in the north with the Speaker on official assignments.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry how much each of the 60 companies benefited from the disbursement of the 14,407,808 Ghana cedi through Exim Bank under the 1D 1F projects. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Leader.
Yes, Speaker, with the greatest respect, we sought permission and indeed we all pleaded with Our Lady to be given the opportunity to ask the question on behalf of the member who is absent. And the commentary that she ran subsequent to the application seeks to indict you for the permission that you granted. When she said that in the absence of the member asking the question, any member so authorized may, with the Speaker's prior permission, ask the question on behalf of the absent member. And she seeks to interpret the may, that she may or may not ask permission. You are totally wrong. What it means is that you may be granted permission by the Speaker to ask the question. If you have to ask the question, you require the permission of the Speaker. If you have the word shall, it will mean that when you come with the permission, to seek the permission, the Speaker necessarily will have to grant you the permission. But that is not what it's meant by that. You are totally wrong in your understanding of Order 68.3.
Well noted. Well noted, leader. So well noted. So, honourable member for Bolibamboy, you may ask the question once again.
Mr. Speaker, I've asked the question already.
I am asking you to ask the question once again.
I should ask again.
Yes.
Because leader was
honourable member, you have to ask the question once again.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry how much each of the sister companies benefited from the disbursement of the 14,407,808 Ghana cedi through Exim Bank under the 1D, 1F project. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 14,007,808 cedis has been...
Honourable Minister, hold on. Let me acknowledge this wonderful school from Bubuashi. Bubuashi SDA Preparatory School. We acknowledge you for coming to witness our proceedings. You may come again anytime you feel you think you have time. Very well. So, leader, Mr. Minister, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An amount of 14,407,808 cedis has been distributed through Ghana Exim Bank to support 48 I1D, 1F companies. The respective company names and amounts disbursed, totaling the 14,407,808 cedis are listed below. I'm just wondering and claiming your indulgence to either let it be captured by Hansard as stipulated, because there are 48 names. Do I have to read all of them out? I'm just wondering if I should, because they all have the
we can
you want me to read it out? Yes, I can read it all out. But number one is Rovani Royal Limited, and it's 287,587.71. Royal Jute Company 127,500. These are all in cities. Pro Life Infusions 138,626.37. Asamoah and Yamua Farms, 275,000. Boris B Farms and Veterinary Supplies, 491,555 cities. Daku Farms, 34,319.37 cities. Modern Global Industries Limited, 55,000. Wedi African Limited, 441,497 cities, 85 pesos. Bodukwan Farms Limited, 108,851 cities. Bloomfields Limited, 11,250. Central Mills Limited, 110,000. Ekumfi Fruits and Juices, 1,001,208.85 cities. Petersfield and Ray Group Limited, 165,314.66. Casa de Ropa, 227,377.10. Equapim Gold Agro Processing Limited, 781,859.32. Zero Carbon Products Limited, 759.48. Askers Ventures, 269,743.18. Miracle Food Processing Ghana Limited, 55,000. Palm Pharmaceuticals, 326,005 cities 40p. Bowmax Farms Limited, 177,215.94. Nano Foods Limited, 114,491.93. Sun Harvest Food Processing, 355,611.10. Acro Farms Limited, 48,125. Apa Farms, 58,903.30. Lord Chikani Agro Industries, 257,222 cities. Margrace Garment Industries Limited, 29,654.08. Black South Food Limited, 928,158.65. Super Contech Company Limited, 264,551.33. Agricultural Manufacturing Group, 776,437.50. Go Big Company Limited, 66,137 cities. Home Foods Processing and Company, Home Foods Processing and Cannery, 110,000. Atlantic Life Sciences, 715,000. Danex, 618,750. Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research, 1,320,000. NS Chemist, 549,403.87. SK Therapeutics, 275,000. Kinapharma, 543,583.25. The Lawin Farms Limited, 23,713.50. Farm Fresh Foods Limited, 192,690.29. R&R Luxury Touch, 45,613.62. Alfie Designs, 27,500. Anua Afrique Company Limited, 55,000. Dignity DTR Limited, DTRT Limited, 637,500. Card Manufacturing, 44,546.65. Champion Food Industries Limited, for 247,537.27. CH Global, 16,500. Plot Commodities, 891 cities, 960.39. GKV Investments, 33,147.57. This makes a total of 14,407,808 cities, 3 pence. Mr. Speaker, the ministry had in about March 2022 inadvertently stated to this House that indeed 60 IDF companies had been supported by Ghana Exim Bank. Mr. Speaker, a further appreciation of the facts and analysis of the various companies and the figures disbursed showed that it was not 60, but 48 companies. And the ministry renders an unqualified apology to the House for the inadvertence.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for rendering an apology for providing this House with wrong information. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister. It seems he's not listening. If the Minister, I want to find out from you, what criteria do you use to qualify a company to become a beneficiary of 1D, 1F? I ask this question because as you read through the, let me explain. And this is a premium. Wait, I know what I'm doing. I ask the question because as you read through the list, about 38 of them are companies that I'm familiar with, companies that had already benefited under Exim Bank between 2015 and 2016. So I want to find out what has changed, that they are now under 1D, 1F with the same support. Is there any special criteria? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm slightly puzzled about the question. The question is this, and Mr. Speaker, let me just also emphasize the point. This question had previously been asked in this House. The answers had been given, except, bear with me, except that, bear with me, except that yes, Mr. Speaker. So the question is those which have benefited through Exim Bank, but under 1D, 1F. I don't quite understand what it means by these companies have previously benefited and they are now benefiting under 1D, 1F. They benefited under 1D, 1F, so I don't quite get it. These monies were those monies that were made available to Exim Bank for the benefit of the companies which have been outlined here. So I'm not so sure about the question Mr. Speaker he asked.
Honorable, I'll give you the last lot.
Mr. Speaker, companies such as Asamoah and Yamua Farms, Boris B. Farms and Veterinary Suppliers, Daku Farms, 34,000, which received 34,319.37 and is qualified under 1D, 1F. This same company got more than this amount of money between 2015 and 2016. And so I want to find out what exactly this time they've done differently for which they are put under 1D, 1F. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I think we go back maybe to the point that he initially made. The qualification to become a 1D, 1F company is entirely different. If he says that he knows about a particular company which initially had benefited from Exim Bank, it simply means that that company applied separately in its own capacity as an industrial enterprise, Mr. Speaker, to seek a loan in its own right from Exim Bank, which was appropriated in the context of the application which was made. Subsequent to that, government under the 1D, 1F, Mr. Speaker, make these figures available. Mr. Speaker, there is a case that there have been some companies which have been struggling a bit. I think, Mr. Speaker, under our industrialization program, we call it the stimulus package. And that really is to help companies which are already existing, which may have taken the kind of loan that my colleague refers to, but are still struggling. So government decides that under the industrialization program and through the back of 1D, 1F, some monies will be made available under the stimulus package for these companies. It is maybe the case, and I can't speak precisely to that particular example he cites, that this particular company became a beneficiary of the 48 companies, Mr. Speaker, that I have outlined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Honorable Samson Ahi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry. What was the basis for the allocation of funds to the companies? Because I'm struggling to understand why you will give 34,000 Ghana cedis to DACO farms and then give Boris beef farms and veterinary supplies 491,000. So what was the basis for the distribution, Mr. Minister? This one, you don't need coaching. Please, go and answer. Go answer the question.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in fairness, Mr. Speaker, companies will apply for monies that they respectively require. So even though it is DACO farm may have asked for 30-something, or maybe must have asked for 50 and we pulled it down to 33 or something. Some other company must have asked for 2 million or so, and it was pulled down to 1 million. But it's based on the specific claim or application made by the companies.
Very well. We move to question 1514. 1514. A member for Sisara West, Honorable Mohammed Adams Sapal.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry what plans the Ministry has to ensure that the people of Sisala West benefit from One District, One Factory program. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to feed into the last question, actually I understand that DACO farms already obtained about 6 million. My colleague didn't know that. DACO farms already obtained 6 million loan grant or whatever. So not a grant, it's a loan. But I'll go on to this question, Mr. Speaker. The One District, One Factory program, Mr. Speaker, is a demand-driven initiative facilitated by Government of Ghana, MPP government, to assist the private sector to establish at least one factory in each of the 261 districts of the country. Unfortunately, to date, no private sector promoter has expressed any interest in establishing a 1D, 1F factory in the Sisala West municipality. I would entreat my colleague, the member asking the question, to kindly encourage, spread out, and talk to potential 1D, 1F business promoters. And if they do, the ministry would help in the usual way.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister whether his ministry has done any research to know why the business promoters are not developing interest in the Sisala West District. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since I indicated, this is private sector based. And I think it's the case that this is done in collaboration with all of us, with all of our colleagues, with the district assemblies and our colleagues, MPs, to show interest in their respective municipalities and districts. Not so sure that it is the ministry that has to go and find out why Sisala West, no promoter, no businessman is showing any interest. Might the same way that the Speaker, you bear witness, Adansi Asokwa, I have tried and tried. Nobody has come in there, and it's not the case that the ministry has tried or hasn't tried. No businessman has shown any interest in whatever the natural resource that our district is endowed with.
Yes, your last word.
Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm aware, as a member of Parliament for the good people of Sisala West, the government promised the good people of this country, and for that matter, the good people of Sisala West, that when voted into power, every district will be given one factory. I am not aware that as a member of Parliament, it is my duty, Mr. Speaker, your government says so. It is not part of my duty to talk to businessmen and women to come to the Sisala West District to establish factories. I want to find out if, as of now, for the past 7 years that this program has been running, no single business person established interest in Sisala West District. It tells you that there are challenges confronting either roads, hospitals, peace. So what is your ministry, and for that matter your government, doing to ensure that there is an enabling environment for businessmen to come to our district to establish businesses? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, my colleague says my government. My government, the MPP government, happens to be the government of the Republic of Ghana. Get that in your head. Get that right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think consistently this point has been made in this House, long before I assumed this position. Let's get this concept right. 1D, 1F. The government at no stage said that of all the 261 districts of the country, So let's get it right. It's not so good an idea to just be pandering and then bandying issues around. We must get the proper comprehension of the issues before we start talking to them. Government consistently has said that it will facilitate. We're trying to develop the economy on the back of industrialization. Government says the private sector has always been the key to open up industrialization of the country. This policy is private sector led. Government is assured that it will facilitate the entry of private enterprises into the industrialization sector, and of course by way of the 1D, 1F program, government would help any single enterprise that shows any interest in any of the districts. Establish your interest together with the local administration and then put your facilities in place. Government would then help through the facilitation that has been put in place. There are a lot of prospects, a lot of benefits that the government through this House is put in place for the benefit of those private sectors which have shown interest or which intend to show interest in developing our district by way of the program. It isn't the case that government itself of its own volition will come to Adansi Asokwa, put a factory there, go to Sisala, put one there, go to Ekumfi, put one there. That hasn't been the program. What the government has also indicated in terms of government itself coming to the aid of certain districts, it's been through, whether you are aware of or I'm not so sure, but the Enable Youth Program. That is a program for the youth, which the government itself sets out, facilitates, and finances. That's an entirely different thing altogether. That's for the purpose of the youth. In terms of this, I've made a point. It is driven by the public sector. You see, rather than, Mr. Speaker, asking all these questions, my colleague should make sure that he is going around, like I am going around, to look for private sector, to put something at Asokwa, get some private sector, to put something at Zella West for the benefit of your constituents. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I believe the question is constituency specific. It's for Sisala West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Oh.
Okay, let's hear you.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, flowing from the response of the minister, Benin knows that that was not what you promised, that you were only going to facilitate. That came later on. But be as it may be, the issue that you only intend to facilitate the establishment of the number of districts. 6 years on, would you agree? A number of districts are complaining that they haven't seen any sign of 1D, 1F, as in the case of Sisala and many others. Would you agree with us that that policy so far is a failure?
I wouldn't ask the minister to answer this question. I wouldn't. No, let me.
He agrees that it's a failure. Let him just say.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Following from the minister's answer where he said, to date, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read, to date, no private sector promoter has expressed interest in establishing 1D, 1F in the Sisala West constituency or district. Mr. Speaker, adding to the earlier answer given under question 9592, saying that the establishment of 1D, 1F in a district is anchored on the natural resource endowment and competitive advantage of that particular natural resource. On this note, I would like to find out from the minister, what kind of natural resource or resources do we have in Sisala West, and how competitive advantage are they? Thank you.
Yes, Minister, are you?
Mr. Speaker, I will try. I mean, if he says that I should be able to tell him the natural resource endowment of Sisala, he should be prepared. He should be prepared to tell me the natural resource endowment of Adansi Asokwa. Do you know the natural resource of Adansi Asokwa? But that is not the point. That is not Mr. Mr. Speaker, the point has been made, and I think we would continue to make the point. An entrepreneur would want to come into a district, a municipality, depending on what they find there. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable member, bringing the minister here to answer questions. Are you sure the minister was fully aware of what is actually within the Sisala West in terms of natural resources?
Speaker, my colleague, I'm not sure. Because he didn't pose the question, I have not read the contents of it, and I don't blame him. A question was asked by somebody. Mr. Speaker, I was not brought here to answer a question in respect of the natural resource endowments of the various districts.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Minister, in the context of 1D, 1F, government says it was aimed at reducing rural-urban migration to ensure that our urban cities are probably reducing in population. Very fantastic idea. 6-7 years down the line, Mr. Minister, are you sure that government is providing the facilitation enough to create a conducive environment to drive the interest of any investor to Sisala West, and for that matter, any other district that up to now, nobody's expecting interest? What is government doing?
Yes, Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was distracted in the middle section. Kindly repeat your question.
Yes, Honorable Peter.
Yes. The question, government is facilitating this flagship project called One District, One Factory. And it is the interest of government to have districts in all the districts, in factories in all the districts, to reduce rural-urban migration. 6 years down the line, you are the Minister of State. This is a government flagship program. Are you sure government is on track to providing the facilitating or conducive environment for private sector managers to be interested in some of these districts, including Sisala West?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Speaker, yes. But that's the point I've made. Classic example is the question that led me to regurgitate the figures, the companies which so far have benefited to the tune of the 14 million that are just indicated. But that is just from one bank, SM Bank. That's just from one bank. Mr. Speaker, you would also read that consistently we have been saying that there are documents which have been placed in this house which are meant for the benefit of the companies that you talk about, even though for now there isn't a company from Sisala West. But documents have been placed in this house which are meant to adhere to the benefit of other companies which are spread all over the country. So that is part of the incentive that the government is producing to make sure that it facilitates this 1D, 1F program. But more importantly, you also make the point. Government said that this was meant as an interface for reduction of the intercity rural migration of the youth in search of employment. That is precisely one of the reasons why this program was put in place. And let me give you some figures. There are about 296 of these companies which have already been established in the number of districts that have had the benefit of attracting the private sector into the place. And by my last count, we were talking about close to 65,000 workers who otherwise would have been struggling to come to the metropolis, but who, for these establishments, have been able to stay put and take advantage of the benefits of the program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We now move to question 1515. Question 1515. A member for Esikuma Odobin Brakwa. Honorable Alasan Dansa. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to ask my question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry when Esikuma Odobin Brakwa district will benefit from the 1D, 1F policy. Thank you.
Honorable, the same principle. Minister. Yes. Odobin Brakwa, when are you going to establish 1D, 1F for them? Yes, up Odobin, yes.
Who asked the question?
Honorable, for the benefit of the minister, repeat the question once again.
Who asked the question? Yeah, let the person continue.
Repeat. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry when Esikuma Odobin Brakwa district will benefit from the 1D, 1F policy. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me declare my interest in that district. As a district that belongs to a cousin of my constituency district that belongs to from where a cousin of mine, the person who has the question, is the parliamentarian from the area. It's a cousin of mine. Mr. Speaker, even before I got to the ministry, consistently I was advising him that this is a policy, this is private sector driven. So he should try as much as I was trying in Anansi Asokwa constituency, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that there is a factory. He still hasn't been able to produce any private sector company. So, Mr. Speaker, the answer, unfortunately, is that no company so far has shown any interest because he hasn't been able to bring one to that place. When he does, Mr. Speaker, we will deploy all the facilities within the district, the ministry, to make sure that that company is given all the privileges.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minister is getting it all wrong. Mr. Speaker, are you aware, Mr. Minister, are you aware that there was a giant billboard that was erected at Brakwa in Esikmodo Brakwa constituency that was portraying to facilitate one district, one factory in AOB? Thank you.
So, Honourable Member, what's the question? No, hold on. Let the owner of the question finish first. Honourable Member, you better come clear so that the minister will know.
Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker, it was the ministry that erected that signpost. So that's why I'm asking whether the minister is aware that there was a billboard that was erected at Brakwa in Esikmodo Brakwa by the ministry.
Mr. Speaker, he admits that I haven't been to Odobe Brakwa for a long time, so I haven't quite seen it. But if there was one, Mr. Speaker, it's in keeping to what I've just talked about in the House. It was just to facilitate, to invite people to show interest in his constituency, in his district, and his area. But as I've said, Mr. Speaker, he should also pull up his sock and make sure that there's some development in that district.
Honourable, this constituency specific. Honourable, you know. Let me give you your last.
Relax.
Mr. Speaker, from the answer given by the minister, and if you permit me to borrow the minister's own words, was the signpost erected, was it an Appian way to deceive the people of Esikma Odobin Brakwa?
Honourable Member, no.
Master, I sought permission to borrow his own words. That was it an Appian way that those signboards were erected to deceive the people of Esikma Odobin Brakwa? Since it was clearly indicated that there was going to be 1D, 1F in the constituency.
I'm sorry, did he say Appian way? I didn't hear it. Appian way?
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand that kind of language.
Honourable member, the minister said he doesn't understand that word. So,
Mr. Minister. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is a signboard was erected by the ministry indicating that there's going to be one district, one factory, and in fact it was situated, the signboard was erected at Brapa, a community in Esikuma, Odobin Brapa, since 2018. And I'm asking whether that signboard, on what basis was that signpost erected by the ministry to undertake that one district, one factory project?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I haven't been to the area for a long time. I will check with the ministry if one was indeed. If one was indeed put there as reiterated by my cousin, and if it was, what is the reason why it was? We'll get to the bottom of that. But for now, I can't give you any specific answers.
Very well. We move to 1516. Honorable Wyoming, this is a... You are a available leader. Okay, let me give you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just for further elucidation on this matter, the 1D1F policy. The 1D1F policy was so specific, directed at every constituency having one factory. And that was what we all had. And all the adverts. So may I ask, are they changing the policy as per the answers being given?
Honorable member, as far as I'm aware, this question has been asked severally in this house. When the former minister was there, this question was, so many times. And today, the minister has answered this question severally. So I don't know why we are going back to the same. Yes, Minister. Yes, Minister. He wants to hear from you.
Sorry, the question is, are we changing the policy? I'm sorry?
Honorable Speaker, my question is that all the answers that I give you, it's as if now it's contingent on an entrepreneur expressing interest in a particular constituency before the 1D1F comes to fruition. What I am saying here is this: the policy, which was well articulated and espoused on, was meant for every constituency to build a factory. And so therefore, where the answers that are coming, is the policy being changed with a condition? Is the policy being changed with a condition that unless a private person or entrepreneur express, that is when you come in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of repeating myself, being repetitive, the policy has never been as he has, I think, understood it, or as he understands it. The policy consistently has been the spread of factories to all the districts in the country, but as the leader says, it's not constituency based, it's district municipality based. Of course, if it happens to be constituency contingent with the districts, so be it. But consistently, it has been private sector driven with facilitation from the government of MPP. Mr. Speaker, let me put this on record. It's pretty rich for all this question to be coming from there. Article 36 of the Constitution of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, mandates government of this country to do exactly what the MPP government is now doing. Mr. Speaker, what has the members of this party, the government, various governments of the party on this side, to show the people of Ghana as an equivalent of what the MPP government is set out to do? I find it extraordinarily rich that now the question is, why haven't you sent one district, one factory to each of the districts of the country? When from 2000, the constitution has been in place from 1992. Ever since that time, when this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, has been in government, if they had started with a process of industrialization, Mr. Speaker, the other side had since 2000 put in place any policy along the lines of what the MPP government is doing now, Mr. Speaker, the whole country, the whole of our districts in the country, all of them will be flooded with the companies that we're talking about, and Ghana's industrialization process would have advanced by now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my last complimentary question. My last complimentary question, please. Mr. Speaker, the last answer the minister gave was that he has been to. Are you the speaker?
Honorable members.
Are you the speaker?
Honorable members.
You are not the speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minister, hold on.
Mr. Speaker,
hear you.
The last answer the minister gave was that he's been to my district for quite a long time, and he wasn't aware of any signboard or billboard that was erected in respect of 1D, 1F. My question to him is whether there was a proper handover to him when he assumed office in his ministry. Thank you.
The question is not admissible. The question is not admissible, Honorable Minister. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you could see that the noise in the chamber was too high. It was because members were reacting to a statement that the minister made, which I think he must withdraw. And he can only do that when he knows the facts. And the question is that, NDC, what did we do? Or what do we have to show? And we are worrying her like that. Mr. Speaker, I think that...
What was the person?
That, what do we have to show this side? And that we are worrying him like that. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, if he... That is the cause of all the background. But if he cares to know, as a minister, I came to meet in this house. The Exim Bank that he's prefacing everything on, he knows that it was this side. When we were in power, we established the Ghana Exim Bank, based upon which we say we are doing 1D, 1F. So, Mr. Speaker, if we establish an Exim Bank, Ghana Infrastructure Bank, all this for you, based on that, you are taking money from there and you are giving to already existing companies. And you are asking us what we have to show. We have the Exim Bank to show you. We have the Infrastructure Bank to show you. Based upon that, you are giving money to institutions and you are saying it's 1D, 1F. What you have to do to show is that the Sisala West is asking you, when are you giving them 1D, 1F? Eskume Dobi is asking you, when are you giving them 1D, 1F? If you do something there, then you have something to show. You haven't done anything of that nature. And you ask me what we have to show. We lay the foundation for you. That's what we have to show.
Very well. We move to question 1516. Question 1516. Honorable members, give me your attention, please. Honorable members, give me your attention. We move to question 1516. And the question stands in the name of Honorable Abed Teten Nyakute, Euro Krobo, Member of Parliament. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry when the Yilo Krobo constituency will benefit from the 1D, 1F initiative, since the area is endowed with cassava production, which is a potential factor for consideration under the policy. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, the same question. So,
thank you. Mr. Speaker, although the Ministry is yet to receive an expression of interest from the private sector, as I've already indicated, to undertake the cassava processing facility in the municipality, the Yilo-Krobo municipality is one of the 58 districts benefiting from the Enable Youth 1D, 1F factory established under that particular program. I think I've already alluded to that. The Yilo-Krobo Mango Processing Company Limited has been established by government to process mangoes into juice. The African Development Bank and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, Speaker, are funding the construction and the equipping of that factory under the Ministry's Rural Enterprise Program. The building has been completed and handed over to the Assembly, whilst the procurement and installation of equipment is expected to be completed early next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yilo-Krobo, are you okay with it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I visited the mango processing site in April last year. The building had been completed then. In the minister's response, he indicated that he expects equipment to be installed in the building next year. Today, the mango processing factory in Yilo remains an empty building with a big billboard. Can the minister explain why there's a delay in equipping the building so we can start processing mango in Yilo? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Can I explain why? Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the question. Can I explain why the what?
What was the question again, Honourable Member?
Right, Honourable Speaker. I'm requesting the Honourable Minister to explain why it is taking so long in equipping the building for us to start processing mango.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it isn't a fate that has befallen just that company. There have been difficulties with the procurement. And as I said, this is one of the specifics, the enabling youth programs established by government. So Yilo-Krobo happens to have benefited from it. But Speaker, interestingly, I can assure you, I met with all of them, the 58 companies. I met with all representatives from all the 58 fairly recently, only about a week ago. And we went through the processes and explanation as to why there has been delay. Speaker, my understanding is that the procurement exercise, it takes a lot. But I assure you, like all the other 58, we're going to make sure that the equipment is installed and make sure that these factories are running for the benefit of their respective districts. I see that he is very happy. Unlike his friend there, he is very happy. Good man. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Final question, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for his response. Mr. Speaker, cassava processing is the way to go for Yilo. I have taken the initiative to set up a processing factory in the constituency. The good people of Ilokrobo want to know how the Honorable Minister is going to assist when we submit the expression of interest to have cassava processing in the constituency.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, maybe that is a classic example the member from Odobe Esikuma Brakwa should be following. Well, I'm not sure about Zala West may also be following, but specifically Odobe Brakwa, you should be following this example. Thank you very much. Bring your documents and look for me precisely. Just get to the office and just come straight to your colleague MP's room. Come and bring the details. I will make sure that we get through the details. I think my directors are here. They are listening. Directors, if you are here, listen to him. As soon as he gets to the ministry, bring him to my office. I mean, I'm entreating all my colleagues. Take this thing seriously and then show some interest just the same way my colleague is showing. Come to the office and we'll get this thing sorted out. Huh? Thank you very much. You're a good man.
Elmina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister has given us on these 1D, 1F factories. He hasn't mentioned anything about Commander Sugar Factory and Almina Fish Processing Plant.
Honorable Member.
And my question is, should the sign be changed? Instead of 1D, 1F, maybe the sign should be some districts, some factories.
Honorable Member, come again. Come to the Minister with a fresh question. Yes, Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question has to do with the figures being provided by the Minister in his answer.
Which figures?
The number of factories under the 1D, 1F facility.
Honorable Eric, we've gone past that question.
But the Minister indicated that 290.
I saw this question. That was the first question. We've gone past that. Respectfully, we are moving to 1542. 1542. 1542. And the person stands in the name of Gomua East. Gomua East, Honorable Desmond de Graft, Pai2. Pay2. Yes, Honorable, the floor is yours. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry how many factories have been built so far by the government under One District, One Factory program, and how many of these factories are in partnership with private companies or organizations. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from 2017 to date, 296 projects are at various stages of implementation under the 1D, 1F, One District, One Factory program. And Mr. Speaker, the following is the breakdown. Mr. Speaker, 126 factories have physically been completed and are in operation and producing. 143 companies are under construction. 27 companies are in the pipeline, or called the pipeline projects. Out of this total, 233 projects are established by the private sector, business promoters, as already indicated, with the active facilitation of government, while 63 1D, 1F projects are established by the government directly. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that government's active facilitation of the private sector investment in 1D, 1F projects consists of special incentives, including tax exemptions and the provision of interest subsidies on loans granted by the participating financial institutions. It also includes, where applicable, the extension of critical utilities such as access to electricity and water. Mr. Speaker, the 63 government-established 1D, 1F factories are agro-processing facilities financed with the support of African Development Bank and the International Fund for Agricultural Development under the Ministry's Rural Enterprise Program. These include, Speaker, the 58 Enable Youth 1D1 established for youth groups to operate, whilst 5 are called the Common User Facilities and are established for farmer-based groups to operate.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, I think this is self-explanatory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you still have any supplementary question?
Thanks to the Minister for the answer. I get him right, but I want to ask one follow-up or 2 follow-up questions for him. From his answers he provided, he say 196 factories has been completed, 143 under construction, and 27 preparation. I want to know from the Minister, when would these 143 factories under construction will be completed? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mrs. Speaker, I heard him right. Is the 143, when would they be completed?
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, it's not for the Minister to be able to tell when they will be completed. I said these are private sector driven with facilitation. Our facilitation, one, is the exemptions that are held up in this house. That's one. Most of these companies are waiting on these exemptions. And of course, it's also about how much they themselves are also hoping to get from their financial institutions. Our financial institutions, those who are involved in the financial institutions are called the participating financial institutions. They are there to provide the facilities if they can. And of course, all the other facilities that I explained in the cancer, the exemptions and all that, those are in place. As to when exactly these are completed, they are absolutely beyond the control of the ministry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. My last question to the Minister. I want to find out from the Minister the procedure by which a company goes through to register to become one district, one factory. And then by, my friend, keep quiet.
Honourable Member, I think this question has been answered here today.
Minister, Speaker, with all due respect, I want to arrive at a certain point. So let me land at the point that I want to, so that the Minister can
let's
get me clear, and then. So I want to ask the Minister, by the procedure which a company goes through to register to become a one district, one factory, and how long does it take when a company registers to enjoy the benefit of one district, one factory program for its ministry? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you actually gave part of the answer yourself. Mr. Speaker said that, but this answer has been given several. Mr. Speaker, maybe I ask my colleague to read order 67, 1J, I think. I think it's H. Mr. Speaker, of our standing orders. In asking the question, we should also be mindful of our own standing orders. It says that questions shall not be asked, the answers of which are readily available in official publications. This is officially published. We repeated this answer ad nauseam. Read something.
Yes. I am with him with his answer. Who? Are you directing me to call Eric? Let him. No, you have spoken, so let him come to Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question has to do with the figures being provided by the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in November last year, the budget was presented, and under paragraph 598, figures for 1D, 1F were provided. It was stated that 296 1D, 1F projects are at various stages of completion, as the minister has stated. And also 126 are currently operational. That was in November. And then 143 under construction and 27 pipeline projects. The minister has repeated the same here. But Mr. Speaker, in March, when His Excellency the President appeared before this House to deliver a message on the state of our nation, the President gave different figures. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to refer to the figures. The President indicated under page 9 of the statement that 106 factories are in operation, and then 148 were under construction. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought that the President came to this House to correct those figures. Why is the minister giving figures to contradict information provided to this House by His Excellency the President?
That's why I didn't want to call you. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you see why I was wondering if you allow him to answer my questions. You see, my friend is a little tactical. Mr. Speaker, these are figures. It's possible that there is a mix-up somewhere, but it's also possible that there have been add-ups to the figures that the President gave. But no, I appreciate the point you're making, because I think you said that earlier on these figures had already been given. In the melee of things get mixed up. So let's just clear these figures up and then see. It is also possible that, listen, the President would have been given the figures by the ministry. President and the presidency doesn't have this, so the ministry must have given the figures. It is possible. It's possible that some error or whatever, or slip or something. Let's reconcile the figures. But the figures are pretty clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I don't intend to contradict what the minister said. The figures that the President gave, exactly the same figures have been given to this House by the then Minister for Trade and Industry when he came to answer a question as to how many of the companies were in operation at the time. 106 were given by the Minister, which figures were given by the President. The Speaker, we in June, and companies under construction at the time, some of them have been completed, and added on the number for companies in operation was 106, as given by the Minister. And I must repeat, yes, to a question in this House. That was the answer the Minister provided. The Speaker, some of these companies have subsequently been completed, and of course they will add to the number of companies in operation. That is what it is. That is what it is. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I said in November, the budget reported the figures, November 2022, the figures which are being provided by the Minister today. So the figures that were captured in the budget are the same figures being provided by the Minister today. But in March 2023, this year, the President himself was before this House, and he told the House that the number of factories in operation as at March was 106, but not the 126 reported in November. So the President have corrected those figures. And today, the Minister has come to repeat those figures given to us in November last year, and you're saying that why is the minister contradicting that of the president?
Honourable Member, the minister has answered. And I think I want to go with the minister. He has answered. He said his figures, there might be some slippages here and there. I mean, let's take it in good faith. I think the next time the minister will come, he will come appropriately.
Mr. Speaker, for the sake of records, this is the authoritative house that researchers will come for such vital information. And I think the state of the nation, which was presented by the president himself, was after the minister had given the highest figure. So the figures that came the previous year were higher. And in 2023, this year, the president came personally to give a lesser figure. That is the concern of the honorable ranking member. Mr. Speaker, to do Ghanaians a favor, I think both documents, be it the state of the nation or the budget itself, the budget was also presented on behalf of the president. So both are the president's information and documents. I think the best thing we can do for Ghanaians is to lay this matter to rest, is to give the minister the opportunity to go and reconcile the figures and come back with the final one. So, Speaker, I'm saying this because immediately the president presented the State of the Nation's address in March. Social media everywhere, people were questioning, which of the figures do we believe? Is it the one that the highest one presented last year, or the lesser one you are presenting now? So there's a need for reconciliation. But the minister who is presenting this today was not in office. So I think we should not push him too much, but we should give him time to go and do further reconciliation and present this house with the final information which we can work with. This is a figure, we are not just mentioning factories, factories that we have pumped the nation's money in. So whether 126, 146, 142, Ghanaians need to know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Minister, I still want to. I thought you gave a good answer.
Yeah, sure. Just simply to thank him for the suggestion. It's important that we get the figures right. So there's no problem at all. We'll get to the bottom of it, and then because I'm told that my colleague, my predecessor, brought some figures, and of course this and the president will sort these figures out. This figure.
Very well, honourable members. Honourable members, I think Adansin Koswahini, today you've had a very good baptism. Members have given you 8 questions to answer. Honourable Minister, are you listening to me? I'm saying today you've had a very good baptism. As a minister, your own colleagues have given you a very good baptism. You've answered 8 questions from members, and I think we have to thank you on behalf of the House for appearing before us to answer 8 questions. We thank you. We thank you, and you are hereby discharged. So, honourable members, you have one statement, and you take the statement, and the statement stands in the name of a member for Botiano, English Yaman from constituency, Honourable Sylvester Matthew Tete. You are called Matthew. I see. On the shooting incident at Botiano Hills. Yes, Honourable, let's hear you. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I make this statement at this moment
knowing that majority of my constituents are watching proceedings today. Mr. Speaker, on the 8th of June 2023, in the broad daylight, residents learnt with shock the gunning down of 5 men in Botiano Hills. The Ghana Police Service subsequently issued a statement claiming to have undertaken the said operation. According to the communique, it was an operation targeting criminal elements who have been terrorizing residents and landowners and also involved in land guard activities in the Botiano and its surrounding areas. This resulted in the death of the following persons whose names have been given as Abraham Tete Wayo, aka Brother, Augustine Nikwe, aka Dada Joe, Daniel Nikwe, Joseph Amankwano, and an unidentified steel bender who operates within the area. All natives of the Botiano area, this incident has brought uneasy calm in the community. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge rampant land guard activities in and around the area and constant harassment of residents and builders alike. However, reports from the family, friends, and those with knowledge of these individuals have refuted the police allegation that these men were involved in activities. The chiefs and residents are aware of the daily collection of tolls as part of arrangement pertaining to sand winning activities. However, this daily collection of tolls does not sit well with other claimants of the same parcel of land that has led to long protracted land disputes, which people believe is a remote cause of this unfortunate incident. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents, we are calling on Parliament to institute an inquiry into the matter because the chiefs and people of Botiano and Kokrobite have rejected the claim by the police. We believe strongly that an inquiry could bring out the truth of this matter and bring calm to the people of my constituency. I will also urge the people of Botiano, Kokrobite, and the surrounding communities to remain calm and continue to be law-abiding as we allow the competent, relevant state agencies to take up the matter and ascertain the veracity or otherwise of the claim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement on behalf of the departed soul and the families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Senior, let me go here. I'll come back. Yes, Honorable Ranking for
Mr.
Defense
Speaker,
and...
I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by our colleague, the Honorable Sylvester Matthew Tete, who is MP for Botiano English, Amanfro constituency, where the unfortunate incident occurred. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seize this opportunity to console the bereaved families of those who fell victim to the police brutality, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member in his statement is simply calling for a probe into the circumstances that led to the shooting to death of 5 persons, 5 individuals who are his constituents. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the Honorable Tete alludes to the fact that the police in the statement sought to justify the killing of the 5 victims on grounds that they have been involved or are alleged to have been involved in land guard activities. But, Mr. Speaker, the point needs to be made that if it is indeed true that the 5 persons were actually involved in land guard related activities? Was it for the police to shoot them to death or to attempt to apprehend them and bring them to justice? Mr. Speaker, I think that the proper thing that ought to have been done in the circumstances was for the police to have attempted to apprehend the suspects, because our criminal jurisprudence is grounded on the presumption of innocence, and that presumption of innocence includes suspected land guards. And so the shooting to death of the alleged land guards leaves much to be desired. Now the members of the community are saying that they know the suspects, they know the victims, and that they are not known to be involved in land guard related activities. Sun winning is not the same as land guard related activities, Mr. Speaker. In any case, Mr. Speaker, only in 2019, this Honorable House passed the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 999. This is a law under which suspects who may have engaged in acts of land guardism and vigilantism could be arrested and prosecuted under. So where laws are passed by the House, Mr. Speaker, it is not for the police to take the law into their hands, constitute themselves into death squads, and annihilate suspects. It is an unfortunate development which must be nipped in the bud. Mr. Speaker, that said, I need to make this statement, an observation, that the killing of suspects in recent times has become one too many. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, police suspects, they were policemen themselves, who were suspected to have been involved in the bullion van attacks, were arrested and in proper police custody. These two police officers, unfortunately, lost their lives, and the argument of the police was that the suspects had led them to the hideout of their colleagues, and in the process, there was some exchange of gunfire, and the two suspects who were in police custody, unfortunately, were the only ones who died. I can recount several instances where suspects died in police hands. Mr. Speaker, it could be any of us. Any of us could fall victim to those brutalities. And so I think that we must all, with one voice, support the honorable member so that we probe the police once and for all. When the Ashaman incident happened, which involved military personnel, we were all up in arms. But the good thing about Ashaman is that lives were not lost, except that a soldier unfortunately lost his life. Now we are talking about the loss of 5 lives. 5! That amounted to butchering. 5 lives. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the maker of the statement and urge this House strongly to constitute a probe, give timelines for results to be brought back to this House for firm action to be taken. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ranking Member. Yes, Senior, let me come to you. Honorable Member for Abuakwa South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a few comments relating to the unfortunate killing of 5 Ghanaians by police officers on duty. Honorable Speaker, by reason of the fact that the maker of the statement has intimated that there's the necessity for this House to embark upon an inquiry, I will not prejudge the matters. But I just want to emphasize the powers of the Committee of Parliament to go into such an investigation. And with your kind permission, if I may refer to Article 103(3) of the Constitution. Committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine, and such investigation and inquiries may extend to proposals for legislation. And what is very important, to give meat to the powers of investigation of the Committee of Parliament, Article 103(6) is very important. A committee appointed under this article shall have the powers, rights, and privileges of the High Court or a justice of the High Court at a trial for enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation or otherwise, compelling the production of documents and issuing a commission or request to examine witnesses abroad and the rest of it. So the committees of Parliament has the powers of a High Court. So I am of the humble view that the maker of the statement is right on, and this is a matter the Committee of Defense and Interior can investigate, and they should investigate it. Honourable Speaker, the reason why it's important for a parliamentary investigation is that the police have their own internal mechanisms in dealing with wayward officers. They call it the service inquiry, where the police themselves will constitute a panel to embark upon some of these inquiries. Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit that half the time is self-serving. It's like you want to call upon one witch to expel another witch, by whatever powers is difficult to know. So the police service inquiries are not enough. But if it becomes a parliamentary inquiry, then they have a new set of individuals, members of Parliament, probing the matter. And that is when the members of Parliament can finger waywardness in the name of policing, and then deal with the officers who, by every calculation, may be responsible for unlawful killings of individuals. I've said because somebody, the maker of the statement, has mooted the idea that there's necessity for inquiry. I don't want to prejudge the issues. Honourable Speaker, let me touch on one matter which is very, very important for us to look at. Modern policing. The modern policing, as we have been educated all over the world, is a submarine policing, in which the police are not doing ambulance policing. And when we hear an event in a place, then in the fever of the moment, they take guns and they have their helmets to go and confront so-called criminals or alleged criminals. But what they do, that they are able to nip certain things in the bud before the events happen. That's the submarine policing that helps a lot. In fact, in every community, they are able to even have individuals who feed them with relevant information. So before you start your criminal undertaking, you would have been arrested already. And that area should be emphasized for purposes of not running ambulance policing. Because it is always the case that in their feverish attempt to go and arrest somebody, that you find these deaths occurring and all the rest of it. But when they mount good intelligence, they will always prevent some of these situations. It's an area that the service should look at. At this juncture, my heart goes out to the bereaved family. I don't know whether some of the victims are having wives and children who have been orphaned because of this unfortunate incident. And we commiserate with them and see how this august house will aid the investigation. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important occasion that you should use the powers of Parliament to go to the bottom of this matter. I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to say a few words in support of what my good brother and friend has said. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you too. Should I come to leadership? Or there's anybody who would like to contribute? Okay, then let me come to leadership.
Mr. System. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I must commend the maker of the statement for representing the good people of Botiano in the effective way. This incident, Mr. Speaker, we've heard it in the news, and it's good he has brought it to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, this must not be the first one. It might not be the last one. So, Mr. Speaker, by commending the maker of the statement, I think it is only appropriate because what we are hearing is just one side of the coin. And until you dive well into the matter, you may not be able to know whether there are some undercurrents or remote causes which led to the open shooting that we saw. Mr. Speaker, this kind of incident is becoming too rampant. And the best way, Mr. Speaker, we can stop this is to make sure that this statement, after members making few comments on it, be referred to the Joint Committee of Lands and Forestry and Defense and Interior. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying Lands and Forestry because they are talking of land gas. This House passed the Land Use and Spatial Planning Law. And when you go to the district assemblies or municipalities or metropolitan assemblies, Mr. Speaker, we have people responsible for those units. What is the essence of laws and why did we pass that law? We passed that law to regulate matters concerning fiscal planning and all those things. So if after the passage of the Land Use and Spatial Planning Law by this House and establishing offices in all the 261 MMDAs, Mr. Speaker, we still are combating or battling with the matters of land gas. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's only appropriate for us to investigate this specific one. For all you know, they might not be land gas, as the people are saying. But until you investigate, how can you conclude? You can only conclude after a committee has investigated it and brought recommendations to this House. And the best way to prevent or to avert or excuse future occurrence of such incident is by getting appropriate recommendations or lessons from what has happened. So when we are talking of it being referred to a committee for investigation, we want to draw some lessons from what has happened to be able to stop any future eventuality of that kind. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are saying this. So, if you look at, Mr. Speaker, the number of policemen that we have, I think we must be able to deploy some of them to those virgin or unutilized peripheries, so that in future we may get intelligence about matters like this before they escalate, if truly it was land gas. So, Mr. Speaker, without wasting too much of the time, I think members have done justice to the matter. And I want to re-emphasize for it being referred to the committee of this House for investigation and report back to the House. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, majority leadership.
Speaker, let me speak in solidarity to my colleague who called me the wee hours of today, and one could tell the frustration and the disappointment in the tone of his voice. So I share in the pain of our colleague and a brother, and also the sadness of the entire constituency. So our hearts go out there to families of the affected victims and the entire constituency. So not to belabor the point, I'm in total agreement with many of the calls that the earlier speakers have alluded to, except to say that in the referral, it's important we come clear. Speaker, with respect to you, we give some timelines. It's important we give some timelines. And again, because we have an existing committee on defense and interior, probably we have the leadership of the Committee of Constitutional Legal. I think they are relevant in these matters, so that they can come atop this situation and apprise the House duly. Speaker, I couldn't have agreed more with my colleague, Honorable Ahmed, when he spoke to many of such occurrences across the length and breadth of this country. And so the burning question is, I know that the new IGP is doing some wonderful job, but there are concerns about intelligent policing. There are many of such places across the country where I think that the leadership of the Ghana police should be able to pick intelligence in good time and to be able to eventually track down perpetrators of such crime. It's sad that this thing should happen at this time. And so we will employ, Speaker, that you do the appropriate referral and also emphasize on the timelines for the committee to report back to the House for a decision of a sort in terms of approach in dealing with these matters to be taken. And on that note, I want to express my solidarity with my colleague and to let him know that he's not alone in this difficult time. The entire House is with him. Speaker, thank you for the space granted.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, which committee are you supposed to add to the Defense and Interior?
For respect, the Committee on Constitutional Legal, the leadership, probably the leadership.
Leadership of Constitution and Parliamentary Affairs?
Yes, Speaker.
And Ahmed was also mentioning lands and natural resources.
He has abandoned his suggestion.
If abandoned you?
The Speaker, no. You see, the Speaker is one of the best quantity surveyors in this country. Mr. Speaker, on land matters, I know your capacity. Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, I was looking at, the Boundary Commission is under the Lands and Forestry Committee. That's why I said the land and forestry should be part of it, because we are talking of land gas issues. But if they are saying because of the legal issues, it should be constitutional legal, maybe land litigation and those things, Mr. Speaker, I yield to them.
Very well. So, honorable members, this is a very important message. And it's not just a message, it's becoming one repetitive. So we are making the referral to the Committee of Defense and Interior, and we are asking leadership of Constitutional and Parliamentary Affairs to also join the Defense and Interior Committee to look into this matter and report back by the end of this month. Ranking, you are here. I'm giving timelines. By the end of this month, we should have the report so that Parliament can take appropriate action on that.
We are obliged, Mr. Speaker.
So we've brought statement time to also close, and I will have to come to leadership for directions.
To the time and the fact that we've exhausted business as scheduled, I will move the House to adjourn to tomorrow. To tomorrow, 10 o'clock, the forenoon. But let me add that tomorrow is where we are scheduled to have to deal with the outstanding issue of Committee of the Whole on a very important subject matter.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for adjournment.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and it has been seconded. I will put the question. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion to adjourn the House to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. Or this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Which players have made you feel a part of the team?
The most, I would say, Andrew Yu. He cares about me, he helps me when I had problems, he talked to me, so he helps me the most.
Hello and welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today we're going to interview a young player who is doing very well at club level. He switched nationalities to come and play for the Black Stars from the German national team. He goes by the name Ransford-Yeboah Konexdorfer. Did I mention your name very well?
Yeah, it was very well. It's good pronouncing.
Yeah. Welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be home finally?
It's very good. That I said before in the other interviews, it is a very pleasure to be here. It's like I'm very proud to be here.
Have you been in Ghana before?
No.
This is your first time?
Because my dad always moved to Ghana when he lives also in Germany. He moves always to Ghana when I had school or stuff like this. And in the summer he can't because he must going to work. So it was very difficult. But every time he said, "I want to that you be in Ghana." And it's a beautiful country, and now I'm here.
Would you want to maybe come here next time with your siblings and other stuff?
Yeah, also with my girlfriend. Yeah, she wants to be also here now, but she has also to do work. So
let's talk about the Black Stars. We won the game against Angola. You were part of the team and everything. How was the atmosphere like?
Yeah, the atmosphere was amazing. It's not comparing to Germany. It's here very louder, and the people are more excited and they're crazy. Yeah, it's.
You didn't play, but were you elated to be part of the team?
I'm very happy to be part of the team.
Now let's look at how you came into the national team. Who approached you first?
Well, the first call was in like February 2022 or something like this. And who was calling me? I don't know more. I don't know. But when I get the first call and they asked me if I want to come to Ghana, I said directly yes, I want. Let's do it. Let's do it together. And yeah.
And you had already played for the German youth side. Didn't you have any issues about that? Did you always wanted to play for the Black Stars?
I always said if I get the chance, I want to play for Ghana because it's my home country from my dad. But it never happened, so they never called me before. So I play for Germany because they called me. They asked if I want to play for them, and yeah.
Since you joined the Black Stars, which players have made you feel a part of the team?
The most, I would say, Andrew. He cares about me. He helps me when I had problems. He talked to me, so he helped me the most.
When the decision to play for Ghana came up, who convinced you to take it up? Did your father talk to you about? Did you talk to your father about it?
I talked to my father about that. He said also, yeah, do this. I'm very proud of you, and that's so.
Like, didn't you feel any pressure from the German team that they also want you and the Black Stars as well?
No pressure. If they, no doubt that I want to play here. So, what should I say?
Okay, let's see about that. But the Ghana youth side, the under 23 side, they are in contention to qualify for the Olympics. If they qualify and maybe they call you up for that team, would you join them willingly?
It's a good question. I don't know. I never think about that or talk about that to someone. So maybe if they call me, I don't know when is the tournament or something like this. But we never know. I don't know.
Okay, you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Taking a short break, and when we return, we continue with the conversation.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. McBerry Twist Cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from the break. I'm here with Ransford-Yeboah Connects Dofa. Ransford, let's talk about growing up in Berlin. How was it like growing up in Berlin?
I don't know, it's a big city, it's very modern, I would say, but there are many cultures. It's not only German people there, it's really many cultures in Berlin, so it was but my whole...
Were you always playing football?
I always play football since I'm in the team since I was like 4 years old or something like this. And earlier then I also play on the pitch with friends, football and stuff. Yeah, so when I can walk, I play football.
When did you get your first opportunity to play for any club?
With 4 years old, yeah.
Which club was that?
SC Minerva, they call it.
I never knew. I don't know them.
I know.
And from there, you moved to another club. Which club was that?
Then from SC Minerva, I moved to SC Charlottenburg. Then I moved to Hertha BC.
Hertha BC. Tell us life at Hertha BC. At what age?
I went there in the age of 12, I think. Then I moved to under 14. Then I was there until under 19, first year. Then not happened there anymore. So I went to Dynamo Dresden, then I get a professional football, and now I'm at Hamburger SV.
Yeah, let's talk about life at Dynamo Dresden. You scored a lot of goals. That's where I got to know about you. Yeah. What was the trick? What did the magic for you at Dynamo?
I don't know. They believed in me. I had many injuries with my knee, so they believed in me, and I want to pay back this, and then maybe I can, because of this, I shine there, or I don't know.
Yeah. Which position did you really gel? Did you really enjoy playing at Dynamo? Sometimes I saw you on the flanks, playing on the wings. Sometimes you were in attack as a striker and all that.
It doesn't matter for me where I play, so when I can play, I want to do my best, and it doesn't matter which position.
When the call came for you to join your new club, what informed your decision? What made you join them, your new club?
My agent calls me that Hamburger SV want to get me, and I also want for myself to develop, and for me it was then a good decision to move to Hamburger SV, and I hope that we get aufsteigen.
You get?
Up in the first league.
Oh, yeah. So you want to qualify to the Bundesliga?
Yeah.
It's not an easy journey, right?
It's not an easy journey, but we're on a good way.
Recently you scored about 2 goals before the international break. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was against Nuremberg and Darmstadt.
Yeah, Darmstadt.
Yeah, I scored 2 goals maybe because of I know I caught up for Ghana, and that improves me for myself. And because of this, maybe,
So anytime you get called up from Ghana, you are happy about it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about family or growing up. What did you hear about Ghana?
What I hear about Ghana?
Yeah. What did you know about Ghana?
My father is growing up in Sunyani, in Bekrum, and he tells me he lives there for like 30 years. It's very religion, culture. It's a very beautiful city. It's not a little bit parts of Ghana like dirty, I would say, but Ghana is getting more and more modern, and it's developed now.
Did you ever watch any Ghanaian players whilst growing up? Did you watch Ghana at any tournament, maybe World Cup, AFCON?
I watch every tournament, so I try to watch every time AFCON Cup. The last AFCON Cup was not our best, I know, and World Cup 100% for sure. Every time I watch, the best was like 2010 when we get knocked out by Uruguay, but Yeah.
And when you were dropped from the World Cup squad, were you disappointed?
I was very disappointed, but what should I do? I do my best, and when I don't to get called up, I must train harder and to do my best to be in the next, hopefully, next World Cup squad.
Are you aware we've not won the AFCON in 40 years?
Yeah, it's sad. Ghana's such a good country that we don't win the trophy like for 40 years. It's very sad, but the whole squad here want to change that we win a new trophy, but we can do it only together, and then hopefully do that.
Do you want to play a big role in that squad that maybe will win the AFCON next year?
I want to play a big role, but I'm a young guy. I have to wait for experienced people, so I want to do my best, but I know I can not improve right now because how should I explain?
Yeah, let's talk about your favorite Ghanaian player.
My favorite Ghanaian player, all of?
Yeah.
Asamoah Gyan.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What do you like about?
He's the best goal scorer from our country. I watched many goals of him, and yeah.
And do you want to replicate his performance and his record in Ghana?
When I can do this, I would be very happy, but it's very difficult. He scored a lot of goals for Ghana. So.
Between Ronaldo and Messi, who will you choose?
Messi.
Why Messi?
Messi is like a playmaker. He can do many assists, but he can also score much of goals. And both are very, very good players, and I think for me I can never reach their levels, but for me it's Messi.
Yeah, let's look at also in terms of playing for a club in Germany. Do you dream of playing to the highest level, like the Champions League as well?
Yeah, I want to play for Champions League. My dream is to play in Premier League in England, but for that I must work hard, and then we will see. I hope one day.
And let's look at, do you know any Ghana club that Kotoko?
I know from Bani, Hearts of Oak.
You were in camp with him?
Huh?
You were in camp with him, Bani?
Yeah.
How was it like?
He's a very
funny guy.
Funny guy. He's very funny, and he's also young like me. I think we're at the same age, so we talk a little bit. I see him also at the airport in Accra.
Oh, yeah.
He's also here, but
Let's talk about your favorite Ghanaian food.
I would say fufu or jollof rice.
Really?
Yeah.
You know how to prepare any?
Huh?
Do you know how to prepare? Cook? Do you know how to...
For myself?
Yeah.
I can't cook. My father can. Always when I'm in Berlin, he's cooking for me, but me, I don't.
And when you eat the fufu or jollof, you score goals?
Maybe because of them. 2 weeks ago, I was in Berlin and eat fufu.
Fufu
and next week I score.
That's nice. Which language do you understand? Local language? Twi?
Twi, I can't speak Twi. It's very difficult for me. I only know a few words like medase, akwaba, etise, but it's very difficult. I must learn more English before I can learn Twi. And when I can speak perfect English, then I can try with Twi.
Let's talk about the tattoos you have here. Can you tell us about
Yeah,
how many tattoos do you have?
I don't know, a little bit.
So what do you have here?
It's like comic figures.
Okay.
I watch them when I was younger, or.
What's the name of the comic?
One Piece.
Oh, okay.
Rick and Morty. It's Inazuma 11. Yeah, it's.
And here, what do you have?
Yeah, he's
How
standing.
big would you dream if
you knew you
couldn't fly?
No, fail.
You couldn't fail, yeah.
Because the tattoos, because if you dream high, that you can perform high. So it's difficult for me to explain in English, but yeah.
And then I see football in chains.
Yeah, it's like a light because I'm fast.
Oh yeah.
The R because of Ransford, the smiley because always smiling.
And the football?
And the football because I love football.
Faith and passion.
And love, yeah.
Yeah, you believe a lot in God?
I believe in God, yeah.
You believe God brought you this far?
Yeah.
And I see some flowers and cards and all that. And who's that? Is it
Jesus?
Jesus. Okay. Nice. So it was great talking to you and telling us about your life in the Black Stars, and also, do you listen to Ghana music?
Not a lot. When I'm here, I listen a lot, but I don't know the songs how they call. I only the song Black Stars.
Yeah.
From the World Cup.
I
always listen to this song, but not.
And you danced in Qatar before you were initiated.
I can't dance. I know. It was shit. I improving something, but I only do shit.
Let's see how your dancing moves will improve and all that. But generally, it was great talking to you. Thanks so much. We wish you the best in the season.
Thank you.
And yeah, that is it. Thank you very much.
You too.
Yeah, so that was Ransford-Yeboah Koningsdorfer, the Ghanaian player who switched his nationality from Germany to come and play for the Black Stars. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafio, and it was nice coming your way with Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Other goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries,
McBerry Twist Cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
The way I operate, the others don't want to operate that way. My policy is to just come there, get them out by force, the same way they came in. Because you fight fire with fire.
Welcome to this week's Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. There's been a lot of talk about a skating park here in Accra and a lot of controversies about who owns this land or not. Now we're here to speak to the actual owner of the land, Kwame. And Kwame is going to give us all the details about that land and whether or not there are any links to the LGBTQ plus community. Kwame, let's begin from what we know. We know that this land was or is being used for a skating park.
Has been there before. He has been there 2 years ago. He has been there when my mother was alive. And how come you're not taking it? He would always go away, but his new excuse right now is that I have the time. I have the time. I have the time. I've been on that property for 45 years. 45? It was purchased in 1977.
Okay.
And you're coming to tell me right now that you have papers. This is out of the blues. This is. But Mr. Kwashi was able to present himself. So
who is this Mr. Kwashi you mentioned?
He's unknown to me.